Class 2 Ulams and Doe kids should be checking in. Test 1 2, test 1 2. We will need parents for all first and second place does today to come for hair pulling. Tag 263173. We need you to come check in on the doe side. I want to introduce our judges today. On our Junior Weather Dam Show side, we have Charlie Hild. Charlie grew up on a diversified family farming operation in central Iowa. He graduated from Iowa State University with an animal science degree and currently works for United Animal Health as a strategic account manager. He and his wife Monica have 2 kids, Garth and Basil. They, along with his brother Tanner and parents Mark and Nancy, own and operate Hild Brothers Show Stock, which consists of approximately 350 ewes, specializing in producing show sheep, seed stock, and marketing semen on their Ram battery. Folks, let's give Charlie Hild a big round of applause. And on our doe side, we have Dr. Peyton Dahmer. Dr. Dahmer grew up with a diversified livestock background in Nevada, Missouri, and exhibited all species. He attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was part of multiple national championship judging teams and named an All-American at both institutions. He completed his BS in animal science at Kansas State in 2019, then stayed on for his master's and coached a reserve national champion and national champion livestock judging team as the assistant coach. Recently, Peyton finished his PhD in nutrition and joined the Department of Animal Science and Industry faculty, where he teaches courses in livestock selection, nutrition, and management, and coaches the livestock judging team. Additionally, Peyton oversees the KSU Sheep and Goat Center, where they conduct small ruminant research and raise NSIP-enrolled polypa sheep, club lambs, and show goats. Folks, let's give Dr. Dahmer a big round of applause. We will not hold classes for you. If you do need a substitute exhibitor form, you can pick one of those up at the show office, fill it out, and you can bring it to the check-in area. Again, all Class 2 ewe lambs and doe kids should be checked in if they have not done so.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's certainly a pleasure, certainly an exciting day to be here in Austin and work through the Doe Show. I'm really, really excited, not only because I know I'm going to get to see some first-class livestock, but more importantly, I'm going to get to work with some awesome young people. And so really looking forward to the day. We've got great weather, and we've got a great group to get us started with. And as we roll into this first class, a little bit like I expected, we get just a little bit of variety in terms of types and kinds and shapes and sizes, but I think the one consistent thing is there's a lot of quality throughout this lineup, and I think our top five, even though all five of them aren't cut from the exact same mold, I think they're all very, very good. And I guess to me, the one I landed on, I thought from the minute she came in the gate, that one really struck me, and I think she continued that impression as we kept them out here, because to me, she blends some of the things I like in 2 through 5 into what I think is still the most fault-free package. That doe, in my opinion, in terms of just the base of her skeleton, is opened up the way she's supposed to be. I love her rib cage. To me, that one is round and bold and true in terms of her body shape, and yet still tucks up really nicely where her forerib sits into her skeleton here from the side. To me, the big difference is, and why she gets to beat number 2, is just from a structural standpoint. Although she's not perfectly just stout in terms of her feature, I think the build and travel of her hip and her rear leg, both from the side and as I study that pair going away from me, is just a nickel better. I think that doe parks and reads just a little bit neater at the front part of her body. Like I mentioned there, in a perfect world, we would stouten her feature just a little bit relative to her body mass up high, but I think that one skeletally is very, very good, and to me, does it with plenty of power out here. Still looks like a lady from the side. Nice one to get us started. The young lady's doe here in second. She does an excellent job getting that one parked and presented, and she probably is the best in this entire lineup just right out of her blade. To me, that one connects so smoothly as you lay your hands on her. I love the freshness of that doe, just not only from a touch standpoint, condition is excellent on that one. To me, she's so perfectly level in her spine and probably hooks up just a little bit neater, even at times, than does our class winner. I guess the difference is, for me, a really rear leg assembly. I read that doe to be just a little frailer in terms of her rear foot and weaker on her rear pastern, and I think a product of that, she wants to get just a little straighter in the set of her hock. As I study that doe going away from me, I'd like to square her in her hock placement as well, but a really good ribbed, good touch and fresh condition doe that still parks with some quality from the side. The most interesting one of this lineup for me, young lady, is the one here in third. You do a phenomenal job getting that one presented, and that doe, to me, from just a skeletal quality standpoint, is immensely good. She runs uphill. The top of her shoulder blade sits exponentially higher than her tail does, and that one, to me, in terms of just blade placement, sternum placement, is immensely high quality up front. The question I ask myself is, as I get underneath this lineup, is there just truly enough in terms of her chest, the turn of her rib, all the way back to her pin set and right there through her leg? To me, that one just doesn't have quite enough in terms of skeletal dimension to slide her up. But I think quality is excellent there from the side. The red doe that's going to come in fourth, powerful, muscular, round-bodied, definitely has that advantage in this lineup. Some structure, some balance things that I couldn't convince myself were quite good enough. I need to set her inside her framework a little bit more on both ends of her skeleton. I'm big on how they're organized loose, and I ask those kiddos to step off of them. To me, we need to just make that doe better in terms of her spine carriage. Young man, you do a great job presenting her as well. Very fundamental doe that rounds out our top 5 in terms of feet and leg structure, top line consistency, probably a little better than the doe right ahead of her, and still has some muscularity. I didn't know if she was maybe as unique in some places as the rest of this lineup in terms of just the way that her rib cage is constructed and the look that she presents from the side, but I think feet and legs are awesome. A great one to round out our top 5. I visited with these kiddos about some of their projects. Let's give them all a big hand on a great way to get us started.
We need tag 266127 on the dam side. 266127.
Well, good morning, everyone, here on the weather dam side of things. Certainly excited to be here to sort this set of sheep on the first ever weather dam show here in Austin. So certainly honored to come sort these, and a really nice first class. I think a lot of different types and kinds in here, and even some different breeds that offer some challenges and some decisions to make. And I tried to study them kind of from a quality standpoint in their own right, because we got a nice Dorpert ewe down here and a South down here in the top 5. But nonetheless, I think the one that I'm going to start off with just needs to. She struck me pretty hard when she first walked in. This is a good skeleton one that's high-headed. She's really relaxed in her spine. She's stout at the ground. She's still youthful through her front about 1/3. She doesn't. She's certainly not perfect. Sometimes she wants to get a little bit weaker there in her loin edge. She needs to be a little bit wider there around her tail head at the top side of her hip. But the freshest one here in this initial duo that I think just puts the most good together. The one coming out here in second, I won't lie, it's one that kind of worked up by default in time. This is a very complete ewe that's stout structured. She's bold caged. She spans a big rack. She too maybe wants to get a little weak there at the edge of her loin, but she ties good at the point of her shoulder. Where I think she really shines is when you ask that one to move, and I think that's where she has a distinct advantage of the one in third. This one is smooth skeleton. She's more correct in her angles, and like I said, maybe one that doesn't have as many ESTs as some of these in class, but I think just a really nice complete one that falls into second. The problem one for me is the one in third, and from the outside, she's certainly one that is very well presented. Really commend the young man. This is a big booted down one that's extremely fresh, probably the best presented one in class, to be honest. But she also has some pretty big holes that I think you have to decide whether you can tolerate or not. My biggest issue with her is when you set her into motion. She wants to get the deepest in her chest, she climbs up the most in her spine, and she's the most ill-balanced in her underline from the side. So those are the bad things. Now, class advantages are she's initially of this trio, she is the widest at the ground, she's the boldest in her cage, and she's probably the biggest in her rack. I just had to make the decision from a skeletal standpoint of how much you want to tolerate, and then again from an underlying quality, she's probably a little bit more mature looking, and especially than the one in the first. And so just some calls you have to make there. But I think one that I'm comfortable sliding into third. Again, a very well presented one that just has some issues for me. The Southdown ewe here in fourth is a really good one from a breed standpoint, and I think starts the hunts with these blacks pretty heavy. The young lady does an outstanding job getting her shown. This is just a very sound, functional, complete one. Then again, there's some challenging decisions to be made when you start going against blacks. I mean, the Southdowns in general, they're not going to handle quite as hard. They're not as crisp in their muscle shape. But I think if you study this one from a standalone standpoint, she's a sound structured, really laid back in her knee, love her on the move. She just kind of runs out of gas and punch to compete any higher in this class, but a very nice Southdown ewe to go fourth. And then the one to round out the class to me is a very sound, functional one that, again, you maybe can't quick a big hole in her, but she doesn't have the ESTs and the extras that go along with some of these are at the front of the class. To me, she wants to get a little bit deeper in her chest comparative to some of these in the top two spots especially, and maybe doesn't have enough, as much punch and pop to her muscle shape, but a very nice complete female to stand in fifth. Really nice set of sheep with a lot of differences. Let's give these kids a big round of applause for a very competitive first class.
Class 3 doe kids can check in. Results from Class 1 doe kids. 10th place was Cheyenne Cotton Cattle Mills FFA. 9th, Cadence Ergillen, Johnson City FFA. 8th, Jillian Castro, Sutton County 4-H. 7th, Kaylee Phelps, Wilson County 4-H. 6th was Riley Strider, Columbus FFA. 5th was John Buzek, Lavaca County 4-H. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 4th was Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 3rd, Bailey Bennett, Galveston County 4-H. 2nd, Cadence Agrillin, Johnson City FFA. And our class winner was Ace Metter, Leon County 4-H. Congratulations. Results from Class 1 Ulams. 10th place was Jolie Ramondo, McGregor FFA. 9th, Hope Foner, Hunt County 4-H. 8th, Reese Kelm, Navarro FFA. 7th, Chance Childers, Johnson County 4-H. 6th was Talia Diaz, Lorena FFA. 5th, Andrea Phillips, Coleman FFA. 4th, Taylor West, San Patricio County 4-H. 3rd, Uria Sanchez, Eastland FFA. 2nd was Braden Boff, Georgetown FFA. And our class winner was Claire Bland, Leon County 4-H. Congratulations. Pleased to have the Texas Goat Breeders Association with us for this show. The TGBA is adding $100 to each exhibitor that places first through fifth on the doe side, so we appreciate their support. If they are TGBA members, those that place with a TGA membered breeder goat. Class 3 ewe lambs should be checking in. Class 3 ewe lambs, as well as Class 3 doe kids if they have not. Tag 842627. We need you to check in on the doe side. And tag 255545. Please come check in. We're pleased to have Devin Sisk Photography with us as our official show photographer. You're welcome to go get pictures taken in front of the backdrop. You can view and order photos online at devinsiskphotography.com. Still missing tag 842627 and tag 255545. Please come check in on the doe side. Tag 842627 from Van Zant County 4-H. We need you to check in.
As we work into this second class, I think some differences here again. Our top five are a little bit different just in kind of the shapes and sizes they come from, and I think there's a ton of good in all five of these does. I'll be honest with you. I think that you could justify doing several different things here at the top end of this class, and I guess to me, you can't go searching for the one that maybe fits every piece of the puzzle. I think we've got pieces along the way, and maybe not the one that just puts it all into one package, and yet still very elite quality goats. And I thought the top pair was really close. To me, a little bit different just in terms of their kind. And I guess I keep going back to the one that, in my opinion, even though I think has one disadvantage in this pair, to me is just a little bit more unique in places. To me, not only does the young lady do a fantastic job getting that one presented, but when you just study true skeletal quality, I think that one reads the most unique, in my opinion, in terms of the height of her shoulder blade, the way that her neck ties into her scapula, and how she progresses from there back. To me, she reads with just so much balance and so much symmetry from the side. I think her front end posture is very arrogant and is very correct, both on the standstill and in motion. She's great in terms of her lower joint work, and to me, still has some width when you get right in front of her in terms of just her forerib and her chest. The biggest question mark that I have on this one is as I get right in behind her, is she quite big enough in terms of her pin set relative to a couple others out here? To me, when you get up on that doe and you study the curvature of her body cavity, I think she's still very dimensional. I wish she came back just a little bit bigger from behind, but to me, that one is the most striking. That one is the highest quality when we get off here to the side, and that's probably what allows her to beat the doe in second. The one in second, when she wants to cooperate and can park herself, I think still a proportional doe in her own right. To me, that one I think is still fundamental in terms of her basic build, and when we talk about her advantages in this pair that keep it tremendously close, she is bigger. When you step right in behind her, she is a little bit crisper in terms of the shape that she lays on the top side of her skeleton, and is stouter out of her pin set and right there through the base of her leg. I get off to the side, or I study her in her natural state, both in motion and as I ask them to get off of them. I don't know that she's naturally as tall at the point of her shoulder or as correct in the way that her neck ties out of her blade relative to the doe we just talked about. She gets a little shorter in the build of her rump and ties her loin into her hip a little funky, and so to me it can throw that one off in terms of her balance and uniqueness from the side. But if you switch that pair and say that she's got just a little bit more in terms of mass, in terms of dimension, I wouldn't argue with you. I think they're both very good. The one that comes in third probably didn't catch my eye as quickly as they came in the ring, but I think just a good, high-quality, basic kind of a goat when you talk about one that props up with a nice image from the side. Tall-fronted, long, extended, and very smooth in terms of her silhouette here at this viewpoint. I think that one looks like a lady in terms of the way that her neck and shoulder are assembled. I guess to me, I couldn't convince myself there was enough punch really at any angle to get around that top pair. She gets a little fragile in terms of her bone work. I study her in regards to her forerib shape and the dimension that she spans up high, and she's just not in the same league as the others in this top five, but I thought she had so much quality in terms of just how she gets out and navigates the ring that she needed to be here in our front line. The one that comes next is very intriguing, young lady. You've done a great job getting her presented. Probably the biggest footed, the stoutest featured one in this entire class. I can appreciate that about her. And then when you get right on top of her, she's very, very muscular. Right out of her shoulder blade, that one might be the widest spread right over her rack and back to her loin edge. I have some issues with that one as we get to the side in terms of just balance. I read her to be a little deeper from her chine to her chest. I read that one to be a little steeper and rounder in the build of her hip and more straight there in the set of her hock. I just need to see that doe balance a little better as we get her parked, and then as we study her in motion, doesn't maybe stay as collected as some of those that precede her. Another very fundamental doe that comes next, that if you want to just get in and handle these critters, young lady, she's the best right at the top side of her blade. She's very, very good right out of her shoulder and back to her edges. That one is dialed in terms of her handle. Again, some balance things. She does a great job of making sure that one's always in check from the side because she wants to get a little deviated behind her spine. I thought she was plainer at the base of her shoulder, and then I need to square her up in terms of her structural base as she comes and goes. But a very, very good front line, a good class that we have with lots of differences. If you would, continue applauding these kids for their hard work on a great job.
Well, as we come out in Class 2 here, I think the quality certainly steps it up quite a few notches, and especially in this top 5 and 6. I know we lost a Blue U that toothed out. That was very nice, but the one that's going to win, she strikes me the most when she comes in the ring, and I think the more that you study her, it's probably the easier pick to win than I even initially envisioned. This one's very high quality. She strikes you the best from the side. I love her progression of underline. And if you truly study her at the ground in relation to these top 5, to have that high quality of a look from the side, she really doesn't give up any width at the ground. Just love a lot of things about this one. It'll be fun to get her out here in the end. A really nice high quality individual to start off with. The one coming here in second, I think follows the type and kind of trend of the one that wins, just doesn't do it in quite as good of a way. I don't think this one's quite as elegant through her front end. I don't think she's quite as muscular, and I don't think she's quite as exotic in her underline. But if you study her in her own right, she's still very good at all those things. I just don't think she takes it to the next level that this one in first does. A really high quality one here in second that just gets kind of runs into a buzzsaw. You coming out in third is the unique one of this top trio because you study this one from the top side of her skeleton. She is the most robust in her rack shape, the crispest to her touch. Really like that one from the three-quarter view. She ties a really neat twist down through her, really wide at the ground. My issue with her is of this top 3, she's the least unique through her front 1/3. She's probably the longest in her blade. She's the most coarse through the base of her neck, and also the shortest necked. And 2, when you watch that one go, she wants to pinch behind her shoulder and maybe just doesn't get out and go with the looseness and easiness as the 2 ahead of her, but certainly one that you have to appreciate from a muscularity standpoint. Width of skeleton, stoutness of feature, just muscle shape. All those things are great about her. Just like to free her up a little bit and pick her up in her front end and make her just a little bit more feminine through her head and neck. One coming out next is probably showing a little bit of maturity. She, too, is one that's really wide at the ground, stout-featured. Love her hip and lower stifle shape here, the look that she gives from the side. My biggest issue with her is if you study her through the front portions of her skeleton, she's the longest in her blade, the deepest in her chest, and probably hinting towards the most maturity, but probably one that's a little bit past her prime. It would have been fun to see this one a few months ago, but still, she's kept her together really well, shows her very well. Just to me, I think she's just a little past noon today, but a really nice ewe in her own right. You coming out in 5th is one that initially placed 6th. Again, I told this young lady, I like a lot of things about this brothel-faced ewe. She's really striking from the side. I think if you compare her to these the top 5 in this class, she just kind of runs out of gas from a width and stoutness of feature standpoint. But one that you love on the move, one that you love the way that she ties in the neck to the base of her shoulder, her chest, all those things are good. Just doesn't have quite the punch, the width, and dimension as the ones ahead of her today. But a really nice ewe to stand in 5th. Outstanding Class 2 here in the Commercial Use Show. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Our Class 4 does need to be checking in. Class 4 does. Results from Class 2 doe kids. 10th place was Kylie Huffman, Ariane FFA. 9th was Kaylee Phelps, Wilson County 4-H. 8th was Hannah Graves, Orange Grove FFA. 7th was Luke Casasio, Huffman FFA. 6th, Kelby Blessing, Sutton County 4-H. 5th, Isabel Moon, Brazoria County 4-H. 4th, Isabella Silai, Judson FFA. 3rd, Sophia Dykes, Clear Springs FFA. 2nd went to Carly Piper, Mount Enterprise FFA. And our class winner was Kaylee Knowles, Harris County 4-H. Breeder was Techstar Genetics. Congratulations. Results from Class 2 Ulams. 10th was Ryder Tokarzik, Anderson County 4-H. Ninth was Talia Diaz, Lorena FFA. Eighth was Daisy Ellis, Lampasas County 4-H. Seventh, Mason Smart, Jack County 4-H. Sixth, Lily Gonzalez, Aikens FFA. Fifth, Cadence Nance, Grimes County 4-H. Fourth was Cadence Nance, Grimes County 4-H. Third, Kaysen Wooten, Madison County 4-H. Second was Brody Wayne Fisher, Florence FFA. And our class winner was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations. We do need Class 4 Doe Kids and Class 4 Ulams to line up. Class 4. Need tag 264282 on the doe side to come check in. For those wanting to live stream at home, they can go to Facebook or YouTube and search for Taylor Fort, and they can find the links to both of these shows. YouTube or Facebook, and search for Taylor Fort. For those that will be returning for the Market Lamb or Market Goat show, you can leave some of your items over on the west side of the barn in the dirt area. We would ask that you keep it to that area. We got to keep it clear of the aisles and things like that, so it needs to be over on the west side of the barn in the dirt area. You can leave it at your own discretion. Probably be encouraged to lock anything up that you can, but you are welcome to leave it over there in the dirt area on the west side.
Another class where the quality should certainly be commended, and it makes it a little bit challenging on my part because we've got so many different kinds, a lot of variation, and a lot of parts that you can really gravitate to, and yet I think still some places in this class where you could go all the way down this front line and find an attribute, even in 4 and 5, that you say, well, that could win this class, and I really do think that's the case. To me, you start kind of adding up the positives, taking away some of the negatives, and just trying to find to me, the ones that are fault-free but still have uniqueness to them and still have things that to me, they come in and they hit you instinctually. The doe that's going to win this class, I think she does that to the highest degree. And while she's not perfect, I think that one is very, very high quality in terms of her skeleton and her balance from the side, tall-fronted, elevated. She does a great job presenting that one. And I like how, as you set that doe in motion, everything still stays collected the way that it needs to. If we're going to get critical on her, she's probably just a little frailer at the surface and a longer and weaker rear pastern, and that's where, to me, we could modify that doe just a little bit. But when you talk about true just skeletal width and honest dimension, that one's got a big chest laid into her. I think that she's the roundest and the shallowest in terms of her rib cage, and that facilitates the most dimensional topside shape in this particular class. Stouten her bone work up, fix her rear pastern in a little bit, and I think it makes her a very logical winner, and she still probably surfaces, in my opinion, to this class. I probably have a little more hesitation and hang up on the remaining trio that we have here, and I don't like to be a single trait selector. I think that if you do that on the paint doe that's going to come second, you can maybe have a negative impression, because when you just study her naturally, she wants to get just a little bit lazy in her top line, and she's not the biggest one from right behind. But again, you ask that one to collect herself here from the side in terms of just from her hip forward. That one I think is very, very good because she's tall at the point of her shoulder. I think that she's the neatest in terms of her neck to shoulder attachment, and relative to the does that stand behind her, I think the base of her shoulder blade and where her sternum lays into her body is a little neater and tidier here, both from the side and as I get to that front three-quarter. To me, that allows her to read just a little more youthful than some of her counterparts. Like I alluded to, naturally she gets just a little lazy behind her blade. Probably the biggest disadvantage she has, in my opinion, is when I get right in behind her. I wish she was a little more progressive back to her pin set, but I do think that that's a very high quality goat that, again, front end skeletal assembly I think is very, very good. The doe that's going to come in third, as you step right in front of her, she probably has one of the biggest class advantages in this entire lineup, young lady. That one's got a stout skull. She's got a tremendously wide chest, and that facilitates a great big rib cage that's laid into her there. I probably have some issues with that one as I step to this viewpoint from a balance standpoint, despite the fact that she's a little stronger behind her blade relative to the doe right ahead of her. To me, if you study the angle of her shoulder and her knee, she wants to buck forward just a little bit more than what I would term ideal, a straighter, frailer hind leg that I could set into her a little better. And then to me, she's probably the stalest and the least genuine when you get right on top of her, just in terms of the turn and roll of her body. But I think when you get that front three-quarter view, that's what allows her to stay here in our front line. The young lady coming in four, you probably got the heaviest muscled, most shapely doe in this entire class. Don't even have to lay your hands on that one to see that right out of her blade and back to her loin edge, she is very square. She's very honest in terms of her dimension. Just some balance things from the side that I'd like to change here in a high quality class. I couldn't convince myself that she was tall enough fronted and neat enough through the front part of her body and her chest relative to the three ahead of her to go ahead and slide her on up. That's probably not the case with the one that rounds out the class, young man, and that's what kept some decisions close, because she is more consistent in the look that she gives you from this viewpoint. She is more collected in her spine and a little neater right there at the base of her chest. But of our front line, she's quite a bit the narrowest constructed, the flattest in terms of her body, and the least dimensional from behind. And so that's what slid her on down in a very competitive lineup. A good class yet again with lots of differences. Keep congratulating these kids on an excellent job.
Here again on the Weather Dam side of things, man, a really, really nice class here, and I'm very pleased with the top five, and there's very subtle differences that I think you just have to decide on what your trade-offs are, but to me, it kind of came down to these two, and I think if you study them from a standalone standpoint, the one that I'm going to start with, there's just simply more to her. I think she's more exotic from the side. I love how this one gets progressive in her underline. I think when you ask her to move, she's just a little bit cocky and more arrogant on the move. Love her running wheels, obviously one that's very stout at the ground. And then from a muscularity standpoint, you study through the top portion of her hip and the lower portion of her stifle. She just simply has more to her, doesn't give it up anywhere, and is just more exotic looking from the side. So for me, I think she's just a very sensible place to start and a very high quality individual. The one coming out here in second, not to take anything away from her, because she is a little bit probably better in her handle quality. I know these are weather dams, and so that does come into play a little bit as you're making that decision, because that one is dialed in. She's extremely fresh, awesome to the touch, probably the best handling one I've handled today. Again, you just compare her back to the class winner. She's just not quite as progressive in her underline. She's not as aggressive in the turn to her stifle and the depth to her twist, but a really high-quality one. Love this one when she gets out and goes. She's high-headed. She's good on her running gear. I just think runs out of gas just in terms of in comparison to the class winner. The 1 and 3 is one that kind of I traded back and forth of where can you put her. To me, where she climbs up a little bit here is I love this one on the move. She's cocky-headed. She's very flexible. But I think if you compare her to the two that stand in front of her, she's the shortest measuring, she's the shortest loin, she's the shortest hip, and she's the shortest spine. So she's a little just more compact. But I love the muscle shape and the aggressive turn that this one had. Another one that's very good in her skeleton. I just like to lengthen her out just a little bit more to make her run against the two ahead of her, but a really nice ewe in her own right. The problem ewe for me in this class is the one that comes out in 4. Love a lot of things about this one. She's extremely stout at the ground. She's very wide, probably the most crisp in her shape outside of the 1 and 2. My biggest issue with her is she's just showing a little bit too much maturity for me through the front portion of her skeleton. Of this top 5, she is the longest in her blade. She's the deepest in her chest. And one, again, like I've said a few times today, I would have really liked to seen a few months ago. An extremely high-quality individual, the best 4th-place sheep we've had all day. I'd just like to clean her up through the front portions of her skeleton there, but a ton of good in that one. The one coming out in 5 here, I think of this top 5, she's the softest in her handle and the most bland to her touch. But you get out of that, that's a striking one from the side that's very feminine neck. She's long spine, she's flexible. To me, sometimes she wants to fight this young man on the move in her neck, and so you start to question, well, is that the angle to her shoulders? Is she just being a little bit stubborn? But I think of this 5, she has the least amount of shape through her stifle there, and like I said, through her handle, she's the most bland, but a very nice feminine-looking female that'll do an outstanding job for this young man. But a very competitive top 5. Love this class. Let's give these kids a big hand for a very nice class of weather dams.
Results for Class 3 Doe Kids. 10th place was Aiden Saunier, Alvin FFA. 9th, Brooke Barnes, Deer Park FFA. 8th, Cadence Agrillan, Johnson City FFA. 7th, Cade Panetta, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. 6th, Ashlyn Martinez, Zavala County 4-H. 5th, Roston Bowles, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Wright Show Goats. 4th, Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. 3rd, Avery Fisher, Van Zant County 4-H. 2nd was Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Tana Winberg, Deer Park FFA. Congratulations. Class 5 does and dams should be checking in. Class 5. Results from Class 3 ewe lambs. 10th was Uriah Sanchez, Eastland FFA. 9th, Olivia Calhoun, Chapel Hill FFA. 8th, Emma Neal, Leon County 4-H. 7th, Avery Detton, Deaf Smith County 4-H. Sixth, Lisa Vick, Cypress Ranch FFA. Fifth, Graham Fisher, Wichita County 4-H. Fourth, Emerson Garner, Leonard FFA. Third, Rayleigh Zapalak, Wise County 4-H. Second went to Bristol Fisher, Bell County 4-H. And our class winner was Kaislyn Etheridge, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Congratulations. Once again, Class 5 Doe Kids and Ulam should be checking in. Still missing 5 exhibitors from Class 5 Doe Kids. tag 266318. We need you to check in on the doe side.
I think another good class that maybe just here at the top starts to fall together just a little bit more logical than some of the others. If you guys want to, let's turn those does this way. There we go. A good lineup, and again, there's a lot of differences throughout here, and I think, to me, there's one thing to do, and that's to start the doe at the front of the lineup, and then after that, I think a lot of variation again, and really just where you want to put your emphasis on things, but I do think the young lady here that's at our front line had the class winner as soon as she came in the ring in this particular grouping, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that doe is the most of anything, but I just think she's the best of everything. To me, stoutness, openness of skeleton, roundness, and just turn of body is very good. And yet, even though she's not just the most exotic looking critter up front that we've seen all day, I think balance and symmetry and skeletal quality favors her in this lineup pretty well. I think she comes in and demands your attention amongst this lineup. And then from there, we get just a little bit more spread and variation. I did think, though, between 2 and 3, I give up maybe just a little bit of depth and body to get just a little more quality, in my opinion, from the side. And the young lady's cape fronted doe here, I think height of shoulder and the way that her front end is constructed is just a little bit more to my liking than the one that's going to be in third. Doe that's really tremendously good, right in the top side of her skeleton. Good spread, good turn, good shape out of her blade. As we start to compare her to our class winner, I don't know that she's as stout in terms of her bone work. And then to me, as we study the true just essence of proportionality from the side, where her rear flank sits relative to her chest probably isn't in the same league as our class winner. And so that's what sorted that to me. But I do think that as I get to this viewpoint, that doe's just a look and lateness and maturity and length and extension and levelness I favor just a little bit more than the one that's going to come in third. Young lady that's got her third place doe probably does have a wider constructed, bigger chested one that has tremendous in terms of just the amount of body that she has. I like the depth to her rear flank. In my opinion, she comes off just a little more conventional than both the does ahead of her in this lineup. A little lower fronted, a little shorter bodied. I need to stouten her and strengthen her at the surface to get around the one that sits right in front of her. But I like her at the base of her skeleton and the mid part of her body just in terms of having some dimension. And even with that said, I think she still probably has just a little bit more proportionality than the doe that's going to come next, and due in part the fact that she's just set a little bit higher at the base of her tail and probably just a little bit more proportional in her bottom line symmetry. If you want to get on top of one and just study roundness of body and true dimension in their upper skeleton, that the young lady's doe here in 4 certainly does that, because she is very, very big right here behind her shoulder blade. Young lady, as I step to this viewpoint, though, she gets a little rounder in the build of her hip and a little more rigid in the set to her hind leg. And as I study her in her natural stance, I think that doe's starting to read just a little bit more mature there at the base of her chest and sternum. Has a little bit more condition on her as well, but I like the top side dimension. Lateness and maturity, length and extension definitely favor the young lady's doe that's going to round out our top 5, and she probably is a little more consistent in her top line and out of her hip. I thought of our front line, though, as I got right in front of them. I stood right behind him, young lady. You probably had the narrowest constructed, flattest bodied one, and so that's what sorted you down the line here in a very tough class. But a really good grouping. I think a logical class winner in this lineup. Again, let's continue to show these kids our appreciation for all their efforts.
Results from Class 4 Doe Kids. 10th, Nathalie Luna, Longview FFA. 9th, Sarah Langston, Hardin County 4-H. 8th, Isabella Rodriguez, Tarrant County 4-H. 7th, Chloe Todd, Longview FFA. 6th, Kason McAfee, Caddo Mills FFA. 5th, Kamla Ramirez, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. 4th, Lakin Callahan, North Hopkins FFA. 3rd was Emily Bettiga, Erath County 4-H. Breeder was Lazy JB Livestock. 2nd went to Paige Zilke, Splendora FFA. Breeder is Newsom Ripley. And our class winner was Addison Maxey, Harris County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 6 Doe Kids should check in. Class 6. There is a heeler mix looking dog running around loose on the ground. Someone needs to go take care of that, please. Loose dog on the grounds. once again, if you are coming back for the market lamb or goat show, you're welcome to put items over on the west side of the show barn in the dirt area. Nothing can be left over on the concrete, in the alleys, or in the pens. If it is left, it will go away.
A very challenging class of weather dams, and I'll be honest, the one that I'm going to lead off with is not perfect, and she's got one big hole, and I have to decide whether to tolerate that or not. But obviously the decision came down between the first two here, and I think for me, they really separate themselves. When you set this one in first into motion, she's the freest moving. I love her head carriage. I love the angles through her skeleton. I think she's just a little bit more relaxed through the center portion of her spine. And in relation to the one behind her, I think she's just a shot squarer over her loin edge. I think she's a little bit fuller out through the portions of her tail. And then I think if you study him through the lower portions of her stifle as well, she just has more genuine pop and turn. The question mark for me is she can give you some pretty ill-balanced angles in her flank line. And so to me, I had to decide whether you want to tolerate her at that or not. To me, I'm going to go ahead and run with her because I still think she's the most unique and she still has the most good to her. Those blue dark fiber sheep can be a little bit harder to read. I don't mind them, but you just have to study them a little bit longer because they can kind of blend in and be decisive from the outside. But I think regardless of this one's color, I'm still very confident she's the highest quality and the most unique one to start off with. So that's not to take anything away from this one in second, because if you just look at this one from a standalone standpoint, she's extremely impressive when you start studying her at the ground. This one is huge featured at the ground, really wide made, and I will give her the advantage within that pair. She's definitely more balanced in her underline. As we talked about in relation to the class winner, for me, in relation, I think she just gets a little bit higher in her spine when she moves around. She's maybe not quite as square over her loin edge or full through the portions of her upper hip or the lower portions of her leg, but that's an extremely high quality individual to stand in second that has a ton of quality. I think a very nice top pair that just has some subtle trade-offs, but they're both very high quality. The one coming out in 3 is one that really struck me when I first came in, and I think the longer you study her, she kind of just naturally falls into 3rd. She's probably offering the most maturity through her front end. I think if you look at her compared to the top 2, she's the longest bladed. She's the deepest through her chest. However, she's still skinny necked, but I think if you talk about some of the positive qualities in her, I love that one's rib cage. I love her running gear. She is perfect in her rib cage in terms of the center portion and turn. I love the way that her loin edge sets into her. To me, she just kind of runs out of gas in terms of ESTs and maybe some of those extras that the 2 ahead of her have. I'd like to stouten her up at the center portion of her leg there, shorten her up in her blade, but a very high-quality individual to stand in 3rd. The one in 4th certainly has some class advantages in terms of just muscle shape. This one is huge backed, very expressive to the touch, just massive racked, really big and expressive there, and just overall muscle shape. I think that starts to work to her disadvantage, though, at times, because she just gets a little bit harsher overall. She, too, wants to climb up in the center portion of her spine. Doesn't quite tie right there in the center portion of her loin, but a stout-featured, ripped-up one that I think just starts to work to her disadvantage in terms of muscle shape, but really appreciate the positive attributes that she brings. And the one that comes in 5, I think, kind of worked her way up. Just a nice, solid quality individual there that maybe doesn't have any huge holes, but I also think she doesn't have any things that allow her to work up any higher today. A really sound, functional, sound structured one that works the way around her ring very freely and easily. She, too, just gets a little bit plainer in her overall appearance. Needs to be a little bit taller shouldered, toned her up a bit, but the young lady does an outstanding job getting her shown. A very nice top 5, lots of differences. Really like the front 2 here, but let's give these kids a hand for a very competitive class.
Our Class 6 does should be checked in. Our Class 6 dams should be checking in. Class 6. We need our first and second place Ulams to report to check-in. First and second place. If you were first or second in our previous classes of Ulams, you need to check in. Class 6 Doe kids should be checking in. Results from Class 4 of Ulams. 9th was Andrea Phillips, Coleman FFA. 8th, Cannon Travis, Somerville County 4-H. 7th, Sage Garrick, Columbus FFA. 6th, Kinley Land, Brown County 4-H. 5th, Brady Brister, Wise County 4-H. 4th, Harper Garrick, Columbus FFA. 3rd, Gemma Chainley, Robertson County 4-H. 2nd was Olivia Sandy, Erath County 4-H. And our class winner is Avery Walton, Eastland FFA. Congratulations.
As we work through this next class, I think we start to be able to maybe find in places a little more consistency as we go down the line, at least in terms of kind of the things that I'm looking for in terms of a skeletal quality perspective. You know, we've got a lot of variation and differences in terms of just muscularity, openness of skeleton, but I do think that we've got even equally as many differences in terms of how they're built from the side. And the doe that's going to start the class, I think, kind of blends those two things together to the highest degree. I really like watching this one in motion, because to me, she's the most consistent, she's the most collected. I think that one parks and gives you a nice silhouette from the side, and yet still, if you get underneath of her, you get on top of her, I'm not going to tell you that she's the widest, stoutest one that's ever been made, but I think she's still got trueness in terms of her body. I think she's still got trueness in terms of how much dimension she lays on the upper part of her skeleton. In a perfect world, we stouten up her bone work just a little bit. We shape her up just a little square right behind her blade, but I think that's still a round-bodied, good cage type of a doe that I think relative to some of the ones that sit behind her, probably just has a higher quality silhouette in this particular lineup. I thought a really, really close decision between 2 and 3, and I guess to me, just lower joint work and structure is what sorts that particular pair. The young lady's doe in second, we probably don't get as much just drive and brace up fronted as what we do in the 1 and 3, but I think if you study her from her shoulder blade to the ground, and if you study her from her hock to the ground, not only is she the stoutest structured one of this entire lineup that we've got here, but I think she's the best. I think she's the squarest and the truest, and that's what gets her here into this second place hole. I think that one relative to the doe in 3 is far more attractive in the build of her hind leg. I think she is really collected in her top line and still good enough in her bottom line symmetry. I don't know that she's as tucked up and shallow in terms of her forerib shape as the one right behind her, and that's what keeps it really close for me, because young man in 3, from that doe's hip forward, I want her to be my class winner. I think that she's tremendously good in terms of the turn and the shape of her rib cage. She's the squarest one when you lay her hands right behind her blade of our top trio. I guess to me, I think read that that one to be the narrowest constructed at the base of her skeleton of our entire front line. And then when I get off to this viewpoint right here, her hip and hind leg build just isn't quite as attractive. She gets a little frailer and excessive in the set to her rear leg, and so that's what slid her down into a competitive third. From a front three-quarter view, young lady, you've probably got the class winner, because that is the biggest chested, the widest constructed one throughout her lower body, and I think she matches it when you get behind her. If you just study that doe from her hock to the ground, she's massive in terms of skeletal dimension. I get to this viewpoint here, and you do such an excellent job of presenting her collected in her spine, very, very good right behind her blade. I read that doe to be just a little too frail down low relative to her body mass. I study the way that she sits from chine to her chest, just a little deeper and plainer, a little bit too much mid-body fill, in my opinion, that throws her balance off from this standpoint. And then with all that width, I got to square her hock up as we go away. But I like that one from the front three-quarter view. Same story for the one that's going to round out our top five. She got to that spot because she's so open at the base of her skeleton. I thought relative to the doe that we left standing on 6 over there, her turn of rib cage and her natural dimension up high was just a little more impressive, in my opinion. But to get a little higher in this lineup, we got to balance that doe just a nickel better. She wants to deviate more behind her blade, the steepest in the build of her rump and the most excessive in the set to a frailer hind leg of this lineup. That's what sorted her down amongst a competitive group. Another great class full of great young people. Let's continue to congratulate them on all their hard work.
Again, our first and second place Ulams need to check in. First and second place Ulams. Our yearling class can go ahead and check in as well. First and second place Ulams and our yearling class, which would be class 6. Results from Class 5 Doe Kids. 10th place, Madison Purchase, Atascosa County 4-H. 9th, Hannah Graves, Orange Grove FFA. 8th, Gracie Rainey, Glasscock County 4-H. 7th, Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. 6th, Faith Bailey, Splendora FFA. 5th, Lane Socius, Galveston County 4-H. 4th, Mallory Dykeman, Tomball Memorial FFA. Breeder is Titanium Livestock. 3rd, Ralston Bowles, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Triple D Livestock. 2nd, Avery Martin, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Ripley. And our class winner was Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. Congratulations. Update on Class 5, that fifth place of Lane Socius. Breeder was Techstar Genetics. Congratulations. Class 7 doe kids should be checking in. And again, our first and second place ewe lambs should be checked in, as well as our yearling class can check in. Again, if you have a first or second place ewe lamb, you need to be at check-in.
Another outstanding class of weather dams here, and we're starting to get into the size and maturity that we're going to start working through some issues. And I'll be the first to admit, I don't know if there's one that just comes out and screams that you have to use it, but I do think there's some subtle differences, specifically within the top three, that all have some challenges to work through. But at the end of the day, I think if you just look at these three, you really got to lead off with the white pelted Ulam here. To me, I think she just stays the most collected on the move, especially in relation to the blue Ulam behind her. She's more elevated through her chest. She's taller at the point of her shoulder. She stays more collected in her spine, and I think she's just a little bit wider and stouter at the ground. Again, she maybe just gets a little bit straight and forward to the angle to her shoulder, but I'm going to tolerate that just fine. I think just a nice high-quality individual to start the class off with as we get into some of these upper weights. Not to take anything away from the one behind her, because this one does have the advantage in terms of just shape and handle and sheer just tone. That one is very good there. She handles with more shape and dimension to her top. She's more aggressive and poppy there through the lower portion of her stifle. My issue with her is when you set her into the motion, she's starting to show the most maturity there through the front portion of her skeleton. She gets the boldest and deepest and most mature through her chest. I'd like to lengthen her neck out a little bit, shorten her up in her blade, and just bring her up overall in her front end, and maybe make her just a little bit more collected in her loin edge and her spine on the move. But that's a shapely, high-quality one that's just probably getting a little bit mature. Like a lot of things about this 1 and 3, especially when we get her stuck. This one is level topped, really correct in the set to her hip and hind leg. But to me, when you get her into move, that's when she starts to show a little bit more of her issues. She's the most forward in the angle to her blade, and that she compensates by doing that by putting it up in her spine. Again, I like the hip and hind leg set on the drive here, but when you get her into motion, she just gets a little bit straighter. Of that initial trio, she's the shortest spine and the shortest in extension through her front 1/3. But again, I like her when she gets stuck. Just like to change some things about her when we get her on the move. The speckled face Ulam coming out here in 4th is one that certainly stood some class challenges here. The white breed influences kind of have some challenges when they go up against the blacks, and this is a really nice one in her own right, a really smooth pattern, sound structured one that starts wide at the ground, that's stout featured. To me, I'd just like to drop her in her flank, and as expected, with that white breed influence, she just kind of runs out of pop and gas in terms of muscle shape, but a very nice pattern one that I'd just like to drop in her flank, get a little bit more tone, but one that strikes a really nice look from the side. And the one coming out in 5 is honestly on the opposite end of the spectrum. This one is really a hard handling, hard made, but I think that starts to work to her disadvantage. She's just a little bit too hollow for me, a little bit too harsh in the center portion of her rib. Like to drop in her flank, but love the tone and handle and muscle shape that she brings. She just needs to be softened up a little bit to climb up any higher. But class that has a lot of differences, like the one that we start off with, but let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Results from Class 5 ULAMs: 10th, Riley Tokarczyk, Anderson County 4-H. 9th, Sophia McElwain, Goldthwaite FFA. 8th, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. 7th, Riley Tokarczyk, Anderson County 4-H. 6th, Addison Maxey, Harris County 4-H. 5th, Kaylee Daniel, Fayette County 4-H. 4th, Huston Hortz, Early FFA. 3rd, Skylar Meadows, Montgomery County 4-H. 2nd, Keegan Callahan, North Hopkins FFA. And our class winner, Morgan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. Congratulations. All right, we are ready for our Ulam Division Drive. First place out of Class 1 went to Claire Bland, Leon County 4-H. First place from Class 2 was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. First from Class 3 was Caselyn Etheridge, Lubbock Cooper FFA. First from Class 4 was Avery Walton, Eastland FFA. And first from Class 5 was Morgan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. Second from Class 1 was Braden Boff, Georgetown FFA. Second from Class 2 was Brody Wayne Fisher, Florence FFA. Second from Class 3 was Bristol Fisher, Bell County 4-H. Second from Class 4 was Olivia Sandy, Erath County 4-H. And second from Class 5 was Keegan Callahan, North Hopkins FFA. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Over on the goat side, without a doubt, the deepest class that we've had so far today, just in terms of quality. I think all the way down the line, we've got a lot of really, really nice does out here, and yet still some variation just in what we've got brought to us. And I think this front line, to me, just hit me just a little harder. And that said, the pair at the top, I think, are just a little bit more unique in terms of their presentation, how they come together from the side. There's some subtle differences amongst the pair, and the one that I favor fits me just a little bit better in terms of the way that they're designed from the profile, length, extension, height of shoulder, the way that their sternum sets into their body. I think that that one does things to a little bit higher degree. As you step off to this viewpoint right here, that's the longer bodied doe that's a bit taller at the point of her blade and takes her neck higher from there forward. I think from her chine to her chest, that one is the most symmetrical and progresses back the best from there on. If you start to study her relative to the one that comes in second, probably not as stout just in terms of her bone work, maybe a little extra in the set to her hind leg. I think that that one is immensely good, though, in terms of the way that her lower forerib sits into her body, probably a little more progressive back to her pin set even than what our second place entry is. I thought the difference maker to me, though, was just this viewpoint and how built in the front part of their skeleton. The young lady that's got the paint doe in second, the minute that one came in the ring, I knew that she was going to be a player, because not only is presentation very, very elite in that one, but her stoutness at the surface. Big-footed, stout forearm doe that is massive when you get right on top of her in terms of the turn and the roll to her rib cage. That's the biggest racked one that's really, really good in that regard. At the same token, when I step off to this viewpoint right here, that's a shorter necked doe that doesn't tie as smoothly into side of her shoulder blade. I read her just a little bit more plain there in terms of the way that her chest sits into her body. And then as I study that doe, as they prop up, as they get in motion, I just don't think that she's quite as tall-fronted and unique as the one that wins the class. If you like just a little bit more moderation and openness of skeleton, I wouldn't argue with you there, because that one's very, very good as well. The one that comes in third, if we could just chest judge them, I think that one could arguably win the class, young lady. She is the boldest and the biggest right there through the floor of her chest, and that facilitates an awesome turn to her cage as well. I didn't think, though, that she hit me just as hard from the side as that top pair, because she is a little more fragile in terms of her bone work relative to her body mass. I think that doe's a little shorter and steeper in the build of her rump, and probably pushing more condition than her top pair as well, and so that's what slides her into third. Late maturing, tall-fronted, extended doe that comes next. If we just study her in the front part of her body, young lady, she probably more emulates what my top pair have in this class, but to me, she ranks as the narrower constructed, flatter bodied one that I got to change in the build of her hip and her hind leg as we set her in motion. I like this doe in terms of her underlying quality, really good in terms of just how she connects out of her blade all the way to her spine and back to her tail, but like the one that precedes her there, I need to open her up there at the base of her chest. I need to stouten her in terms of her pin set, and then just strengthen her on her rear pastern for her to go ahead and work up a little higher in this class. Very, very good group, very competitive group. Let's congratulate these kids on all their hard work.
Once again, our Class 6 yearlings on the dam side should be checked in. Class 6 yearlings. Results from Class 6 Doe Kids. 10th, Michaela Holcomb, Wise County 4-H. 9th, Emily Bettiga, Erath County 4-H. 8th, Adalyn Arnold, Montgomery County 4-H. 7th, Lacey Piper, Concordia Lutheran FFA. 6th, Chance Metter, Leon County 4-H. 5th, Ashlyn Martinez, Zavala County 4-H. Breeder is south of Nueces. 4th, Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 3rd, Raina Epley, New Home FFA. Breeder is Shrank Showgoats. 2nd, Alita De La Paz, Riviera Coffer FFA. Breeder is Bull Livestock. And our class winner was Lainey Smuzik, Belton FFA. Congratulations. Class 8 Doe Kids should check in. Class 8.
Well, let's give these young kids a huge round of applause for these 5 classes of weather dams. You know, with the first year show, and I know we have some more classes to go. You just never know what the numbers and quality are going to be like. But I know the show certainly maybe wasn't super stout in terms of numbers, but I can tell you the top 4 or 5 out here are extremely good, and so I feel very fortunate to judge these and be able to talk about them, and like quite a few of them quite a bit. So one thing that I'll try to do is just give you a little bit of an idea where my head's at, especially on these top 5, and then maybe a few seconds in class, because I go to a lot of shows and you hear the guys talk about them on the mic, or the girls that are judging, and it's always nice to know where their head is kind of at the end of the day. So coming out of class 1, one where we talked about just maybe a little bit green as you expect coming out of class 1, the one that's made really well, very good skeleton. I think gets out here maybe just a shot immature and maybe not quite as jazzy through the front portions of her skeleton, maybe not quite as much out through the top side of her hip, but I think a unique one. The young lady does an outstanding job getting shown. Coming out of class 2, man, the heat really stepped up there, and this is a very high quality ewe. I think one that hit me hard, extremely good in class, and I think you get her out here, and that's just a unique animal. I think she puts a lot of really good things together, from the outside, as we talked about in class. That one is just so good in her underline. She's very free moving. I think you get her out here. She's one that is so big in her rack shape that sometimes that just wants to throw off her balance from the side. And I think she could be just a nickel longer necked, but that's getting picky on one that is extremely high end, very well presented, handles incredible. I think that one does a lot of things in a very good way, and a very unique animal. just talk about the one that came out a second out of that class. That's one that we just talked about that just honestly follows the same type and trend of this one, of the class winner here coming out of 2, just maybe doesn't do it to quite the extent. I think that one is very similar. Young man does an outstanding job getting her shown. I think once you get that one on the move, you get her out here, you'd like to balance her up in her underline just a little bit, maybe pick her up at the top side of her shoulder, but that's a darn good one standing in second coming out of class 2. Coming into class 3, this one is a little bit different speed. This one is very exotic in her underline, and the stoutest featured and the most ripped up out here. I think she does those things very good. She's real rugged. Young lady does an outstanding job getting her shown. I think if you relate her to the one that stands coming out of class 2, she maybe just doesn't quite handle with that pizzazz and just super thin skin, but it just goes along with her type and kind. That one's just rugged made. Love her underline, love her stoutness of feature, love her muscle shape, skeleton, all those things. Definitely one that's highly in the mix here and another high quality individual. The dark fibered ewe coming out of class 4 is another one that I love her running gear. You get this one out, she moves very freely. Love her hip and hind leg set, the unique factor that she has out there. I think, again, as we talked about her in class, I just need that one to be a little bit deeper in her flank to balance in her underline. I like a lot of things about that one. That's a very high-quality, unique one. Would just like to soften her up in her flank ever so slightly, but a super high-quality individual coming out of class 4. And as we get into class 5, as we talked about, getting into some of those upper weights, some ewes that start to show their maturity, but I'm very happy with the one that we found in that class being a sound, functional, stout-featured one that really offers some unique attributes being at that high of a weight. But to me, it comes down to 2. I think there's one that's just a nickel more unique than the other one, but I'm super pleased with the 2 that we're going to go with. I know we have a few classes left, but once again, let's give these kids a really big round of applause for a very high-quality set of weather dams.
Our champion Ulam goes to Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And reserve goes to Caselyn Etheridge, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Congratulations. Need quite a few kids for Class 8 doe kids. If you have a Class 8 doe kid, you need to check in. Class 7 aged ewes can check in.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
That one runs uphill tremendously good. That's her advantage over our class winner, is just her height of blade and how she connects her neck to the top side of her shoulder. Has the same kind of turn of rib, back shape, dimension that our class winner has. The difference for me is as I study her in her natural state or parked, she gets too deviated behind her shoulder. She wants to rock forward in her knee, and then I don't think she handles her hind leg quite good enough as we ask those two to circle. But I did think that there was a bigger gap, a bigger difference in just skeletal dimension between her and the one that's going to come third. The most seamless, the most unique one from the side, in my opinion, comes in 3, young man. You do an excellent job of getting her propped up and presented here. The tallest fronted, the shallowest chested, the best in terms of her lower body progression. I love all those things about her. I just couldn't convince myself that when I get to this rear 3/4 that she's got enough width at the base of her chest to facilitate enough turn, enough shape to her rib cage. I thought she was the frailest of our initial trio, and I thought she was the flattest of our initial trio. That's what slides her down in what is a very competitive class. Really like the young lady's doe that comes 4 up front. Just from her hip forward, tall-shouldered, big forearm doe that sits her forerib really correctly into her body cavity, and then that facilitates a very good shape right to her rack. You'll notice every now and then, though, to me, there's some structure things we can change in that one. She wants to tighten in her spine, both on the standstill and as we ask her to go. I think a doe that gets a little more fragile, a little steeper in the build of her hip and hind leg as we ask her to circle. Really stout, structured, highly presented doe that rounds out our top 5, that's got a tremendous amount of just volume and body. But of this initial grouping, I think she's the most mature in terms of her chine to chest relationship today. I think got the most condition on her and probably just the least true in terms of her dimension. But I thought lower structure and quality of her lower structure is what got her here to the front line. A very good class. Let's congratulate all these kids.
Okay, we are ready for our Weather Dam Drive. We're going to start off with our Ulam champion, presented by Grace Moore, age 15, from San Angelo, Texas, member of Tom Green County 4-H. Grace plans on going to OSU or Texas Tech for college. She enjoys spending time with her animals. Our yearling U champion went to Evan Sylvester, 17-year-old from Crum, Texas, member of Denton County 4-H. Evan plans on going to Texas A&M. He enjoys showing sheep. Our aged U champion went to Hudson Hortz, age 15, from Zephyr, Texas, member of Early FFA. Plans on going to Texas Tech University. She enjoys showing lambs and hogs. Our Ulam Reserve champion went to Caselyn Etheridge, age 16, from Lubbock, Texas, member of Lubbock Cooper FFA. She enjoys, wants to be a vet, wants to either go to South Plains and then Texas Tech or Texas A&M. Enjoys showing and raising livestock. Our yearling U Reserve champion went to Michaela Swire, age 15, from Farwell, member of Palmer County 4-H. Michaela plans on getting a bachelor's in psychology from the University of Florida or LSU and a master's to become a pediatric operational therapist. Enjoys showing and raising livestock and reading classic novels. And our aged U Reserve champion went to Sydney Drosh, 17-year-old from Travis County 4-H. Plans on getting a degree in horticulture, and she enjoys photography. Folks, got an outstanding group of exhibitors out here. Let's give them a big round of applause. Tag 840518. Your class is going in the ring. 840518 on the doe side. For our champion dam selection, we have Mr. Dolphin Jackson, our Rodeo Austin president, here today to present our awards. We appreciate him joining us. Let's give him a big round of applause. Results from Class 8 Doe Kids. 10th place was Caleb Bunger, Rivera Coffer FFA. 9th, Hudson Rios, Tarrant County 4-H. 8th, Audrey Epp, Kaufman County 4-H. 7th, Harper Ellis, Van Zant County 4-H. 6th, Raina Epley, New Home FFA. 5th went to Paisley Akins, Grayson County 4-H. Breeder is PJ Akins Shocoats. 4th, Kaylee Phelps, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Triple D Livestock. 3rd, Aiden Dela Cruz, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. 2nd was Elvis McCree, Deer Park FFA. And our class winner was Luke Casasio, Huffman FFA. Breeder is Evans Livestock. Congratulations.
Well, as we get out here onto the grand drive of the weather dams, let's give not only these 6 kids inside the ring, but everybody outside the ring that didn't make the cut a big round of applause for a high-quality show. I'm not big into grand drive speeches or anything like that, and I honestly don't do very many of these anymore. Just with the hustle bustle at home, with a job and kids, and in our own operation, it's just really hard to take the time to cut away. But I'm really glad that I did this. I had a lot of fun, and I really appreciate Rodeo Austin inviting me to come down here, and it was an honor. Mr. Jeff Thane. Very lucky to have him here at Rodeo Austin. He was actually my livestock judging coach. Jeff taught me a lot about livestock, a lot about life, and so it's a big honor for me to come down here to judge this under his direction. And yeah, I guess the biggest thing, it's been an outstanding show. Very honored to come judge the first annual Weather Dam show here at Austin. I was very pleased with the quality, especially on the top end. You just never know, like I said, what you're going to get the first year, numbers, things like that. And there were some elite ones today, without a doubt. But I want to thank my ring help. Can we give them a big round of applause for an outstanding job keeping things flowing both inside and outside the ring? And I want to say hi to my wife and kids back home. I'm sure thanks to Taylor Fort and his outstanding crew, they're watching online. But kids, just don't forget to thank everybody that helps you get here, whether it's parents, grandparents, ag teachers, anybody. Y'all are so lucky in the state of Texas to have the support that you do for agriculture. I'm from central Iowa, and we're a very ag-rich community, but the immense amount of support you get here, not only at Rodeo Austin, but all your Texas majors and your county support, please don't take that for granted, because that is not something we receive back in the state of Iowa. And so let's give everybody a big round of applause for all the support of Rodeo Austin one more time. To kind of talk about the sheep, we talked about them kind of all day. As we get out here into the grand drive, I just think there's 2 that still kind of separate themselves from the rest. Not to take anything away from anything else out here, but I think there's 2 that are awfully good. Very pleased that they showed up here to the show today. And again, thank you for inviting me. Really appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to go show you the 2 that we like. But again, let's give these kids another round of applause.
Our champion Ulam champion Weather Dam goes to Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And reserve goes to Kaysen Etheridge, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Congratulations. These six weather dams are going to go to the testing area. We will need one adult to join each of the exhibitors. One adult, parent or advisor, to go with each exhibitor to that area. Class 10 DOE kids, check in, Class 10. Tag 843837. You are needed at check-in. tag 843837. You are needed at check-in. 843837.
A little bit of a challenging class to put together here as we start to work towards the end of this doe kid division. You know, we start to get up in size and maybe battle some things relative to just condition that maybe that I emphasize, maybe more than some, but I think is important. And I guess to me, as we get here to this front line and start trying to line them up, I'm not going to tell you that the one that wins this class is just everything that I'm searching for in terms of how she comes together from the side. But I guess as I boiled it down to this top pair, I ask myself, where's the bigger magnitude of difference? I think her class advantage in skeletal width, body shape, and true dimension outweighs some little quality attributes that I could probably get comparative on that doe. Because even though I'd like to lengthen her in terms of just her neck and her body length, I'd like to lighten her in terms of her maturity pattern, I still think that that doe props up in proportions very, very well from the side in terms of being consistent in her underline, her top line. I think she's got a stouter and more attractive hind leg on her than our second place doe. And to me, when you get up on them, you get to that three-quarter view, she is absolutely blown apart just in terms of the base of her skeleton. So bold and robust in regards to her rib cage and her top side dimension. To me, that's the bigger difference maker to get her the win here in this particular class. The doe that's going to be second, I kind of wanted to make her the blend of 1 and 3 in this class because she's probably got some of the length, the extension, the lateness and maturity that we see in the third place doe with maybe just a shot more power that I want to make closer to our class winner. But I guess to me, as I start to break things down and ask myself, is there a big enough quality difference to go ahead and beat the light-headed doe? I'm not sure there is, because I read her to be just a little plain there at the base of her chest. I think just a little more awkward in the set of her hind leg. And then as I get underneath that pair and I study them in terms of true skeletal dimension, she's not as big right there at the base of her chest, not as much roll to her forerib or stoutness from behind, and so that slides her there into second. I do appreciate that she's a little taller fronted and a little more extended there from her neck into her blade, and that's what kept that a close decision. I really want to tie to some of the things from the outside in our third place doe, just in terms of that one's pattern. Very elevated, very elegant and refined in the way that her neck and her blade tie in together. Young Man does a great job getting her parked and propped up here. To me, though, too frail, too narrow constructed, too flat there in terms of her body shape relative to our top pair. But I thought her quality, her symmetry from the side is what landed her in third relative to 4 and 5, because we've got a pair of does that are probably a little dim denser in their bone work, probably come off with just a little more true muscularity. But I think the doe in 4 reads just a little bit too flat and deep from her chine to her chest, and probably just doesn't collect herself as unique as the one right ahead of her. But I did think that youthfulness and condition favored her relative to the one that's going to round out our top 5. This is a very wide constructed muscular doe that the young lady brings us. She does a phenomenal job getting her presented, probably a little rounder in her build, probably a little straighter in her hock set. And then the biggest thing for me is of our front line, probably pushing the most condition and just planes out the most up high. A good class there with a little bit of scatter, a little challenge amongst this top grouping. Let's congratulate these kids, though, on bringing us another excellent set.
Tag 843837 from Atascosa County 4-H. Your class is about to go in the ring. Results from Class 9 Doe Kids. 10th was Kason McAfee, Caddo Mills FFA. 9th, Bobby Tubbs, Coryell County 4-H. 8th, Dakota Freeman, Lipan FFA. 7th, Cadence Morset, Granbury FFA. 6th, Aiden Terrell, Klein FFA. 5th, Taylor Sansom, Tomball FFA. 4th went to Henley Cloud, Chambers County 4-H. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 3rd was Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 2nd was Otto Copen, Alvin FFA. Breeder is 777 Showgoats. And our class winner was Olivia Kelly, Miller Grove FFA. Congratulations. Class 11 Doe Kids should check in. Class 11. We are not breaking for lunch, folks. We are going straight through, just so you know.
Again, a lot of different shapes and sizes in this class, and I'm not going to tell you that we've got just a silver bullet or anything that falls together incredibly logical for me, but I do think that just breaking each of them down, the front line, again, they're not all cut from an identical mold, but I think the one that wins this class is you study them from the side, how they collect themselves, just quality, balance, symmetry. I think that doe does things to the highest degree in here relative to the one that's going to come in second. Bigger, longer, more extended, more collected right behind her blade in terms of just how she transitions from neck to shoulder and into her spine. So much more comfortable in that regard, so much more elevated there at the front part of her body. I think looks like a lady and still very, very, correct in terms of her balance and how she holds herself together. The question mark becomes in this lineup is whether she's got just enough punch for you, because the one right behind of her probably consumes her when you study her from that front three-quarter view. And in a perfect world, young lady, that's where I say we could make yours just a little better. I made the call that she's got enough when you study her pie, when you get in behind her, to go ahead and prioritize the way she comes together from the side. Doe that comes in second, I probably like that one in motion better than I do parked, because I think she collects herself a little better. We get her on the standstill here and she wants to deviate too much behind her spine, a little more conventional in her kind, but then she kind of picks her top line up when you set her in motion, has some arrogance about her front third. The problem is she's never in her lifetime been quite as tall-fronted and good-looking up front, probably I'd venture to say is what our class winner is, because she is a little bit more conventional, a little shorter bodied, a little plainer in her look up front. But man, young lady, you get up here and keep it a close decision, because when you get underneath of them, there's no question you've got the widest build, the most massive constructed one of this lineup, and she still handles it good from a structure standpoint. I just need more look. I need more quality from the side to go ahead and switch that pair. Little different story in three. The young lady's got one that's very lean and fresh in terms of her condition. I like her extension and just the refinement she has from her neck into her shoulder. But you get to this rear three-quarter view, and I'm not convinced that she's just got enough. I think that's where the question mark, she falls on the wrong side of that line for me in terms of if there's enough turn to her body, if she's got enough spread and dimension tension in the upper part of her skeleton. I do like that one just in terms of her front end assembly, though. Real stout, structured one that comes next. It's got as good a shape up high as any of them in this class. Very good in terms of her upper rib cage. Gets a little deeper up front, a little plainer in her neck to shoulder attachment. Doesn't maybe have the same balance as 1 and 3, and then isn't quite as stout as 2. We finish out the class with one that's very, very good in terms of her lower joint work, stout structured, starting to read just a little more mature, though, in terms of her body cavity. That one gets a little more mature looking about her front end as well. We open her rib cage up, we freshen her up in terms of her touch, and maybe we could slide her on up the line. Another good class there. Again, let's compliment these kids on doing an excellent job.
Class 10 results. 10th, Brooke Ellison, Lee County 4-H. 9th, Carly Ennis, Klein Collins FFA. 8th, Georgia Munden, Merkel FFA. 7th, Michaela Holcomb, Wise County 4-H. 6th, Kylie Chavez, Schlacker County 4-H. 5th, Layla Huron, Judson FFA. 4th, Juan Chavez, Schlacker County 4-H. Breeder is Chavez Livestock. 3rd, Grayson Williams, McCullough County 4-H. 2nd, Kinley Chisholm, Lakey FFA. Breeder is Team Peters. And our class winner was Brooke Lacasio, Huffman FFA. Breeder is Evans Livestock. Congratulations. Class 12 should be checking in. Class 12. tag 258384. You are needed at check-in. 258384.
Another nice class that we've got here, and as obviously we're rounding out the Doe Kid division, and again, to me, condition and just genuineness is very, very important. I know that, we get to this stage, we can see a lot of variation in that, and I commend these kiddos for, bringing does that are in show shape and that are honest and true in what we see today. I think you got to blend a lot of things together throughout this class. I'm not going to sit here again and tell you that there's one that I just think is an absolute hammer that we have today, but I think that as you go down the line, the one that's going to win this class to me is just the most unique. And a little bit like the one the young lady brought us earlier today, I think just skeletal quality and how she presents herself from the side is phenomenally good. I need that one to be intensified down low for me to say she's just the true essence of balance and proportionality. But when you study this lineup, I think her ability to tie her neck smooth into her shoulder, her ability to keep her top line so perfectly level and set her tail high up on her hip really helps her from the side just in terms of her presence, her proportionality. That's a round-bodied doe that still sits into her, very youthful in this class. To me, if we could just stouten her up at the surface, I think that would help tremendously. But I still think she's the highest quality goat that we've got of this lineup that still packs enough of a punch in terms of skeletal width and dimension. Probably a closer decision between 2 and 3 out here, and the one that comes in second, the reason she does is, to me, she just hits you a little bit harder from a stoutness standpoint. Now, even more than our class winner, as you go to the surface, she's bigger footed. That's a stouter forearm doe that when you get right on top of them, young lady, you've got the best one right behind their blade just in terms of the way that their upper rib cage is shaped and how she lays such a dimensional shape up high that's honest and true from a condition standpoint. To me, she comes apart just a little bit more from the side, and that's where it gets tricky amongst this trio. I think she's the most inconsistent in her top line, probably the least attractive in the set of her hind leg, and then as you study them in their natural stance, I don't know when we're not pulling up on her head that she's truly as high-headed and correct in the way that her front end is assembled, and that's where I really like the one in third. The young lady can just stand there off of that one, and you see how effortless she is in terms of her height of shoulder, her neck attachment, very, very functional and attractive in terms of her structure. I like those things about her. That's a very feminine, refined doe that, to me, the bigger difference amongst those two is when you get to the rear three-quarter, you study them up front. I think she narrows up at the base of her skeleton. Of our front line, she's probably the flattest made in her rib cage and the least dimensional up high, and that's why I slid her down into third. Tons of muscle, tons of power in the one that comes in four, and the young man does a great job showing this one. Wide constructed, big backed, big hipped, just a little too round off of both ends. That one, to me's hip and hind leg build needs to be a little better, needs to be better right behind her blade, and then just elevate her as well. I can appreciate how much dimension that one's got, and kind of the same story for the one rounding out in fifth. Really wide constructed, probably one of the best in terms of just when you get your hands on them, true shape out of their blade, back to her loin edge, and really, really big right there from behind. But again, we talk about skeletal quality and balance. I'm not sure she fits together quite good enough for me. Gets a little more refined down low, a little unorganized in her lower body. She does a great job presenting that one as well. Another good class as we get near the end of the Doe Kids. Congratulate these kids.
Results from Class 11. 10th was Bobby Tubbs, Coryell County 4-H. 9th, Kylie Land, Brown County 4-H. 8th, Holt Presick, Lavaca County 4-H. 7th, Cadence Morset, Granbury FFA. 6th, Zachariah Rice, Wichita Falls FFA. 5th, Macy Mangus, Sanger FFA. 4th, Elvis McCree, Deer Park FFA. 3rd, Audrey Bettiga, Erath County 4-H. Breeder is Williams Livestock. 2nd, Harper Garrick, Columbus FFA. Breeder is Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Breeder was Ripley Newsom Showgoats. Congratulations. First and second place doe kids can begin checking in. First and second place doe kids. once again, if you are coming back for the market show, you are welcome to leave items over on the west side of the show barn on the dirt area. Do not leave anything in your pens or in the alleys over there on the other end, because that will be removed. Please help us by keeping your area and the items over on the west side as compact and packed together as possible, because we will have to clean the barn. All first and second place dough kids need to check in. If you have not done so, please come check in if you have a first or second place dough kid.
As we wrap up here in our Doe Kid division, I think a nice class to end on. These kids have done a great job getting these does, to this stage of development and getting them presented. And, to me, the top pair kind of surface as the two that combine some dimension, some stoutness, some openness of skeleton. And to me, there are some differences as we get off to the side of them in terms of just how their skeleton is organized and how they're put together. I could see some debate back and forth between them. I had some in my own head. The differences that I see is just more consistency in the young man's doe that's going to win the class. Not only do I think that she's a little bit more elevated and neater in the way that her neck ties into the top side of her blade, but I think when you study her from her shoulder back, to me she's more collected in her spine, especially right there where her rack ties into her shoulder blade. To me, she's more collected there, a little more stout and attractive, if you will, in terms of her rear leg posture as well. I'm not going to tell you that she's the epitome of a youthful, shallow-chested, neat-fronted show doe, but to me, she's still got an honest, true turn to her rib cage. I think she collects herself just so much more consistently, both in motion and parked, than does our second place entry in this class. The young lady's got one that when she first came in the gate, I really gravitated towards, because I think that one probably looks a little better as we ask them to circle than she wants to show herself off here from the side. To me, her advantages over our class winner are the fact that she's just a nickel shallower and more youthful there at the bottom side of her rib cage. I really appreciate that about her. She's the other open skeleton, wide constructed, big topped doe in this class. To me, though, as we start to study her relative to our class winner, not as tall and long and elegant there in the way that her neck shoulder hooks up, gets too deviate in her top line, and then not as attractive in the set to her hind leg. But I certainly think that pair needed to surface in this class. Probably the longest fronted, latest maturing one in this class is the young lady's in third. I can appreciate how exotic that one is in the front part of her body. I wish she just maintained everything from there back. Gets too weak in her spine and off in her lower body balance. I thought that was the flattest four-ribbed doe of that initial trio, but she does read just a little more honest and true in terms of her condition than the doe that's going to come next. This one got into our top five because of her stoutness of structure, young lady. That one is really, really big and still good in terms of how her joints are constructed. A little staler, though, in terms of her condition and just her touch and her hide today. I don't know that she just grabs your attention maybe as much from the side as a couple others in this class, but I thought still a wide constructed, powerful doe that handled it good enough. I'd like to just female quality and refinement of the one that rounds out our class in terms of just her look up front, but probably runs out of gas in this big group out here, if you will, just in terms of bone work, in terms of skeletal dimension and body shape. That's what slid her down the line, but very fundamental in her build, very female-like in her look. Great way to end here in our Doe Kid division. Let's continue applauding these kids for all the hard work.
Our Class 13 yearling does can check in. Okay, help me keep track of Okay, we are ready for our Doe Kid drive. Out of Class 1, first place went to Ace Metter, Leon County 4-H. Class 2, first place was Kaylee Knowles, Harris County 4-H. First from Class 3 was Tana Winberg, Deer Park FFA. First from Class 4, Addison Maxey, Harris County 4-H. First from Class 5, Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. First from Class 6, Laney Smuzik, Belton FFA. First from Class 7, Briley Lacey, Tom Bean FFA. First from Class 8, Luke Lasasio, Huffman FFA. First from Class 9, Olivia Kelly, Miller Grove FFA. First from Class 10, Brooke Lacasio, Huffman FFA. First from Class 11, Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. And first from Class 12, Hadley Cool, Lampasas FFA. Second from Class 1, Cadence Argulin, Johnson City FFA. Second from Class 2, Carly Piper, Mount Enterprise FFA. Second from Class 3, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Second from Class 4, Paige Zilke, Splendora FFA. Second from Class 5, Avery Martin, Atascosa County 4-H. Second from Class 6, Alita De La Plaza, Riviera Coffer FFA. Second from Class 7, Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Second from Class 8, Elvis McCree, Deer Park FFA. Second from Class 9, Otto Copen, Alvin FFA. Second from Class 10, Kinley Chisholm, Lakey FFA. Second from Class 11, Harper Garrick, Columbus FFA. And second from Class 12, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Class 12 results. 10th was Alexa Ray, Wichita Falls FFA. 9th, Kaylee Link, Lampasas FFA. 8th, Gunner Broadway, Longview FFA. 7th, Henry O'Neill, Lake Creek FFA. 6th, Harper Simpson, Merkel FFA. 5th, Holt Pressick, Lavaca County 4-H. Breeder was 777 Showgoats. 4th, Ashlyn Stadelbacher, Harris County 4-H. 3rd, Kelly Sanders, Hood County 4-H. 2nd, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. Breeder was Ripley Newsom Showgoats. And our class winner was Hadley Cool, Lampasas County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, your Class 13 yearling does can check in. Class 13 yearlings. tag 252617. Need you to check in 252617.
I know we've still got a few classes left to go, but obviously the bulk of our Weather Dam or our Doe Show falls here in the Doe Kid division. And Ben, what a division it's been. Put your hands together, congratulate these young people that made it out here to your championship drive. Like Charlie was saying over on the sheep side earlier, first year for these events, you never know how it's going to go. And obviously, we've got decent numbers out here, and I think some incredible quality to go along with it. So you young people should be proud of the set of goats that you brought out here today. I think that there's been a lot of good, and some classes have been maybe a little easier to put together than others. I'll give you that. As I went through the day, just trying to find goats that first and foremost were right in their skeleton. That's big to me, whether I'm judging sheep or goats, making them correct and functional in terms of their skeletal build, and yet still need to have some substance, still need to have some dimension to them. And I think we've got a lineup out here that fit that pretty well. I think that there's several out here that you could certainly gravitate to depending on where you put your priorities and what you want to emphasize. And so just my opinion today, my job, I always strive to come in and just give every kid a look and describe each piece of livestock the most accurately that I possibly can. And if you maybe find yourself in favor of a different style or a different one, that's certainly okay. But I think we can all agree on the immense amount of quality that we've got out here. I'm not going to go through and talk about several of them out here. I think there's 3 or 4 that probably stuck out throughout the day, throughout the morning to me, if you will. Just a little bit more memorable, in my opinion. And the one that I'm going to go ahead and use as our champion, I think kind of does a lot of the things that I like in several of them into one package. And I'm not going to tell you that there's any one out here that probably is just the most exotic looking thing in the world. I try to find basic fundamental livestock first, and I think this one is so good just in terms of skeletal dimension and body shape. And then as we just ask these critters to circle and lap, handles themselves immensely, immensely good. Maybe a little closer as we start to bring one in and look for a reserve. But I'll put the microphone down. Let's compliment these kiddos one more time, and we'll go pick a champion and reserve here in this division. as we bring the second place over from that class, if you'll remember back, that was a very competitive group, and the one that was second, I thought, came in second pretty handily in that class. Relative to the one that we just used as our eventual champion, there was maybe just a few skeletal hang-ups in terms of her knee set and her rear leg usage relative to that class winner that went on to be champion, but I thought she emulated the same kind of quality and certainly comes into the mix out here. Some of the same things, probably still concern me in that doe, and then obviously we want to maybe just freshen her up in terms of her height and presentation, but I think she comes right into the mix, and honestly, I think the one that's right behind her does as well. I think about every doe in this lineup, and being from the Midwest, I was talking with Mr. Craddock this morning about how these things are presented just a little differently, because in my part of the world, you don't get to see slick does, and people try to fool you with as much hair and as much glue and as much extras you can put on them. I love that you get to come down here, and what you see is what you get, and you get to actually evaluate the stock, and I think that the doe that comes right behind that one comes into the mix just because of that. She's not the biggest, hairiest legged one out here, but we talked in class about how in that grouping, which was a very competitive class, she kind of did everything to the highest degree, just in terms of putting that kind of skeletal width and rib cage in one, and then probably handling her structure just a nickel better than the one that was in second there. I told you in class that she wasn't just the most exotic and maybe wasn't the shallowest chested one in the world, but I think just as a good breeding piece, skeletal dimension, that kind of body, and to handle it that good is very, very enticing. I do want to commend the one that was second in that class. Obviously won't get to get a piece of it, but I thought that was another doe that came into contention amongst this entire grouping because that was such a competitive class. And so to me, a really, really close decision. I'll put the microphone down and we'll go and select our reserve champion. But one more time, congratulate all the kids here in an excellent doe kid division.
Our champion doe kid went to Briley Lacey, Tom Bean, FFA, and reserve went to Luke Locasio, Huffman, FFA. Congratulations. Next up will be Class 13 yearling does. Class 14 yearling does can check in. Class 14.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Tag 46574. You need to check in. 46574.
A good way to start our yearling division here. I think the doe that wins just does so pretty handily, in my opinion. I think a really high quality, good built doe that's got some stoutness of feature, some balance, some symmetry from the side, still fresh and youthful, and the right kind of dimension laid into that one. I think she comes in and, at least in my opinion, sources pretty easily here to the top of this class, and then maybe just a little bit closer as we go on down the line. I do think consistency of look from the side and how they present themselves certainly helps the young ladies doe here in second, because I think relative to 3, 4, and 5, she's the strongest and neatest about her top line. She's the best in terms of her bottom line symmetry, and a doe that still, I think, in terms of condition, natural dimension up high is very good. I don't read her to be quite as attractive as the one that wins the class, just in terms of her lower joint work, a little straighter about her hock, not as stout in terms of her lower feature, and then I just don't know if she opens up quite as good in terms of her rib cage, but I do think that she balances up better than the doe that's going to be in third. If you're looking for some extra muscle and some extra topside dimension to inject into the next generation, then this is one that's certainly, I think, going to do that, because young lady in the green shirt's got probably one of the widest topped, biggest racked animals that we've had come through the ring all day today. I can appreciate that about her, but as I get to this viewpoint, as I study them on the lap, I don't know that she's built quite as good as our top pair. Gets really dry and tight back into her flank, a little more restricted in how she utilizes her hip and her hind leg in this setting. Not the case for the doe that's going to be fourth, though, and I thought that's what made that pair close, because the angle of her knee and the way she hinges out of her rear skeleton suits me just a little bit more effectively out here. I thought she read just a little bit staler and plainer up front, probably isn't as good and as crisp in the turn of her forerib, and right there at the upper part of her skeleton is the one right ahead of her, and so that's what made that call. Probably the stoutest featured, highest presented one sits here in fourth. The young man does a great job getting her stuck out here. Just not enough true skeletal dimension in that doe today. Gets too flat in terms of her body cavity and too narrow from behind. Just need a little bit more in that one to consider working her on up the lineup. But I think high quality front end, really stout down low, just doesn't match it with enough true dimension. A good class here. Congratulations to all these kids.
Class 13 results. 10th place, Chris Bailey, Harris County 4-H. 9th, Emery McCartney, Runnels County 4-H. 8th, Brooklyn Bender, Bront FFA. 7th, Bobby Tubbs, Coryell County 4-H. 6th, Dylan Bailey, Splendora FFA. 5th, Dylan Briscoe, Longview FFA. 4th, Jennifer Mask, Robertson County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Showgoats. 3rd, Mallory Owens, Williamson County 4-H. 2nd, Keely Ham, Bell County 4-H. And our class winner was Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Congratulations.
Another excellent class, and I think a really good top pair that we've got here in our second group of the yearling division. And obviously, we're starting to look a little bit more like yearling does as we get into some of these classes. But I commend these kids, again, bringing them here in show shape. I think the top pair are very, very good and honestly very different, not only just in terms of the state that they're brought to us in from a condition, even a maturity standpoint, but also just the kind of goats that they are. I think the one that wins, to me, the paint doe is very, very good. To be that busted open and that dimensional at every look, and yet still I think has the structure advantage of this particular pair, not only in terms of the stoutness of her lower joint work, but I think that is an awesome hip and hind leg that works very, very well. Of course, she's just a little more moderate and probably does have just a nickel more condition on her than the one in second, but I think that she still reads fresh and honest and youthful in terms of body type and condition out here. I'm not going to tell you that she's the most extended critter we've had through the ring today, but I think still balances very good. I really think that one is just a great breeding doe in terms of just her lower joint work and how it operates. Still good bodied, still good balanced. I think the magnitude of difference there is just a little bit bigger, and so I have to give up a little more length and extension in the one that's going to come in second. And young lady, I really like that one just in terms of her body shape, the way that her chest sits into her. Definitely more youthful of the pair that we have out here today, and she's quite a bit skinnier, and so it does probably make your eye adjust just a little bit after looking at one of them to the other. I think you put those two at the same maturity, the same condition, and to me this one isn't quite as opened up at the base of her skeleton. She's not as big right there through her lower leg, and I don't think that she's as stout or as correct in terms of her lower bone work. To me, a little extra in the set to her hind leg and not quite as square as she goes away from you. That's the differences I see between a very good pair. I like the stoutness of skeleton and the one that comes in third, and I thought found her way into the top trio here because she had more true dimension than 3 and 4. Probably doesn't balance up in the same league as our top pair, though. Really long, late maturing, extended doe that's going to come in fourth. It just runs out of steam when we talk about body shape and dimension from behind, but the young lady does an excellent job getting her presented. Young man finds his way up into fifth here, and I told him he was really close to making that cut already. I like the quality of that doe in terms of her outline, her silhouette. I told him I didn't think that she had enough just turn and roll to her body or enough natural dimension up high, but I'm glad that he found this spot here at the end of our front line because that's a very good doe that he does a great job presenting. Congratulations to those kids. Let's put our hands together for them.
Okay, we are now having our yearling division drive. Out of Class 13, first place was Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Out of Class 14, first place was Peyton Gooden, Pilot Point FFA. Second place from Class 13 was Keely Ham, Bell County 4-H. And second from Class 14 was Brooke Lacasio, Huffman FFA. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Class 14 results. 10th was Abigail Shadrock, Medina Valley FFA. 9th, Aiden Saunier, Alvin FFA. 8th, Kaylee Peters, Klein Oak FFA. 7th, Haley Rudloff, Washington County 4-H. 6th, Aiden Saunier, Alvin FFA. 5th, Lane Socius, Galveston County 4-H. Breeder was Techstar Genetics. 4th, Mallory Dykeman, Tomball Memorial FFA. 3rd, Carter Baker, Tomball Memorial FFA. 2nd, Brooke Lacasio, Huffman FFA. Breeder was Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Peyton Gooden, Pilot Point FFA. Congratulations.
Well, just these two classes in our yearling division, but four really nice does that we have out here. I think, the first class we had a logical winner, a good structured, good-looking doe that still I thought had the most substance of that group. We get her out here, and she probably isn't the widest constructed one of the set, but I still think her quality and just balance from the side is very, very admirable out here. And the second in that class kind of found herself there just due to her consistency from the side. Class 2, we had two that looked quite a bit different just in terms of type and kind. I think the truly wider constructed, more powerful doe won that class that I talked about, just being really good in her lower joint work, even though she probably has the most maturity on her out here in terms of just her look and how her body sits into her and condition, but still in great show shape, in my opinion. A little more exotic looking one that was second there, that's really tall shouldered and shallow about her chest, but just too fragile in her feature for me, and probably didn't pack the same punch as our class winner there, nor did she handle her rear skeleton quite as attractive. But I think front 2/3 of that doe you certainly have to admire. So I think some close decisions here in the yearling division. We'll congratulate these four exhibitors and show you the two I like as we finish up here in the doe show.
Our champion yearling went to Peyton Gooden, Pilot Point FFA, and reserve went to Brooke Lacasio, Huffman FFA. Congratulations. We need our champion and reserve champion doe kid to come check in.
just one class here in our age doe division, and obviously a little bit of spread just in terms of size and what you can visually appraise in regards to maturity. I don't know what the actual spread is in terms of their chronological age, but I think we've got a pair of them. You know, it's still part of the Weather Dam Doe Show, and so I think with that in mind, there's still a pair of them that have more true skeletal dimension, more true muscularity, and I probably like the extra bit of performance, the extra consistency of top line and lower body that the young ladies doe has here at the front of the lineup. Obviously has some advantages in terms of just size, performance, and that kind of productive look over the one that's going to be second. But I do think that in addition to that, that's a very wide constructed, bold-bodied doe that's probably more collected in her spine, probably better in the set and travel of her rear leg relative to the one in second. The one in second that we lost, I think, earlier there to a tooth, obviously one that in that class had made the top 5 in a competitive grouping. I still think that doe, in terms of openness of skeleton, shape up high, and muscularity here in our Weather Dam show, that's very admirable. To me, though, as we put her into this class, I think just as an individual, a little easier spined, a little off in her lower body, and a little more rigid in her hind leg set, and then she gives up quite a bit just in terms of performance and that productive look that we have in the one that wins. The pair of does that are going to be third and fourth in this class, both very good fundamental type of brood does. I don't know if there's as much just true muscularity here when we think about weather production as what we have in the top pair. I did think some things in the one that comes third fit me a little better just as we asked them to take the lap, and she probably does have just a nickel more right at the base of her chest, a very long-sided, very fundamentally sound doe that's going to round out the class that, again, here in this Weather Dam show probably gives up the most in terms of just skeletal width, natural dimension in this lineup. But a good set of them here in this aged class. Let's give them all a hand.
Class 15 results. Fourth place went to Donis Marrero Burgos, Bell County 4-H. Third went to Alan Ellison, Southside FFA. Second went to Ace Metter, Leon County 4-H. And our class winner was Holly O'Neill, Lake Creek FFA. Breeder was BMK Showgoats. Congratulations. Okay, we are ready for our Weather Doe Drive. Our Doe Kid champion, exhibited by Briley Lacey, age 17, from Howe, Texas, member of Tom Bean FFA. Briley wants to attend Tarleton State and major in animal science, enjoys showing livestock and hanging out with friends and family. Our yearling doe champion went to Peyton Gooden, age 14, from Pilot Point, Texas, member of FFA. Future plans include playing for the NFL. Enjoys fishing as a pastime. Our age doe champion went to Holly O'Neill, age 16, from Montgomery, Texas, member of Lake Creek FFA. Future plans are to become a labor and delivery nurse, attend Tarleton State University. Holly enjoys showing goats and baking. Our reserve champion doe kid went to Luke Locasio, age 13, from Huffman, Texas, member of Huffman FFA. Luke wants to attend school to become a chemical operator, enjoys fishing, hunting, and showing lambs and goats. Our yearling doe reserve champion was Brooke Locasio, age 16, from Huffman, Texas, member of Huffman FFA. Wants to attend Blinn College to judge livestock and then transfer to Texas A&M or OSU. Hobbies include livestock judging. And our age doe reserve champion went to Ace Metter, age 13, from Marquez, Texas, member of Leon County 4-H. Wants to go to LSU and enjoys playing baseball. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a huge round of applause.
Well, as we wrap up here, first and foremost, would like to say thank you to Rodeo Austin, Lauren, and the entire crew for the invitation to come and work through the inaugural Weather Dam Doe Show. Been a fun event, and like Charlie said, you never know at the beginning what it's going to look like, but I think you guys for the first year have hit it out of the park and should be excited about the future of adding to your event because it's been very, very good, and I certainly appreciate the invitation, not because I appreciate you trusting in my ability to judge and evaluate the livestock, but more importantly, my ability to come in and work with your young people, because at the end of the day, that is the most important aspect of it. And I'll echo Charlie's comments from the sheep side there earlier. You guys do things just to another level here in the state of Texas, and as another Midwesterner on this side, I've spent the last week with my judging team on the road traveling across the state of Texas, and we were in Houston for the last few days at that competition. Came up here to Rodeo Austin, and it's very evident across those two events that you guys have something really, really special down here, and I know you guys know that. I know you appreciate that, and so make sure you don't take that for granted, because those of us, at least in mine and in Charlie's part of the world, we don't have that kind of support level. We don't have the stage to put these kiddos on that you guys do, and do it to the level that you do. And so I commend you for that. I thank you for the opportunity. Not a lot of wisdom or things to share with you guys other than enjoy it, because your time in the ring certainly goes by quickly. And like Charlie said, make sure you say thank you. That's something that I looked back on and wish I would have done more than what I had the chance to tell mom and dad, 4-H, FFA, extension personnel that helped get you to this point. Thank you for all the time, the effort, the money that they put in and getting you to this point, especially for those of you that are kind of wrapping up a very long season of Texas Majors runs. I know it takes a lot of effort. And so with that, I think that we've got a great set of does out here. Of course, just the ones that I found and suited me the best today. I do think there's a pair of them that stick together and mimic each other in a lot of ways, just in terms of being very fundamental, very basic. I think, here in this Weather Dam type show, have the power, have the muscularity that I think is going to make them lucrative in the next generation, or in producing the next generation, if you will. But I think here in this kind of a bigger ring setting, certainly come in and have the presence and look like show does to go along with it. And so my compliments to these kiddos. Please put your hands together for them. Show them what great job they've done. Make it memorable for them here, making it to the championship drive. I'll go show you the two that I like.
Okay, our champion weather doe went to Briley Lacey, Tom Bean, FFA. And reserve went to Luke Locasio, Huffman FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors.